How do you guys get onto the stream so fast, bro? Do notifications work for you guys? Oh, I got some music coming on. Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. What's up, what's up, what's up? There's nothing greater than turning on the PC and just seeing all of the DZ fam come filing in. It's like opening the door for like, I have a business and like I run a coffee shop and I have the best coffee in town. And all of the people line up outside and then I open the door and then everybody comes on in. Come on in. How do you guys get here so fast though? Like back in the day when buying PlayStation? Guys, Spy is setting up for that move. Bro, those PlayStation videos be nostalgia. The videos of like people lining up outside of GameStop for PlayStation. Pure nostalgia. Hey. I don't know what's been going on, but for some reason, the live streams are fine. But the videos I've been dropping, bro, flops. NASA just activated Earth's Defense Force ahead of 3-Eye Atlas. Guys, don't let them scare you. 3-Eye Atlas is not an alien spaceship. It's not an alien spaceship. They're trying to Project Bluebeam you. Oh, don't hit that. Yeah, this video, look, check this out. I don't know what's been going on, but the last video we got 1K was 5 days ago. This one has 600, this one has 600. I haven't been able to put the short videos up. Maybe I should take out the some of the memory on my phone, but guys, Spy, okay, I need to come up with a title. Spy is setting up for something guys, rate cuts today, but look at Spy, bro. Bearish doji candle. Bear flag in play, bro. This thing's getting ready to break down and break down hard. Bear flag in play. This thing's getting ready to break down and break down hard, bruh. So get ready for this. Look at the MACD. Look at everything it's telling us. RSI, the MACD. Look at the momentum fade. So I think today's stream is going to be called Spy Sets Up for the Unthinkable. Let's go ahead and edit that. Planning to do the unthinkable. Yo, look how crazy this drop down was after SPY retested this trend line. And then we grind it up. And now we're fucking losing momentum. You could have played puts on earlier today and been hot. We were camping. I never camped for a PlayStation. I don't know if my parents did. Ask DZ Mom. But I was fortunate enough to get some of those consoles for Christmas, man. Pretty good childhood. Bro, why does SPY keep going up, 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 and our memes keep going down, 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 down? Unfortunately, AMC did hit that 268, bro, and I did talk about a possible 260 in the weekly outlook of prediction. Gosh damn! GME warrants holding $3, bro. They're like steady at $3. Whoa, first super chat of the day. We're starting early. That's what I like to see. Especially towards the end of the month, baby.
GMDZ and fam, can you look at TMCPLS?
Hopefully the class will be done this weekend, guys. I'm going to finish the last lesson this weekend. I've been working on it the past 3 weekends. All right, this one isn't bad. This one isn't bad. This one isn't bad. It had a decent rally. It had a decent rally. There is a lot of downside risk and not much upside reward, but RSI is pretty low here on the bigger time frames. It looks like it just had a nice drop down. This is probably a good entry point. And it's probably going to run back up to like 850, 925, somewhere around there. Definitely could go back for 1135, but that would be my last price target. That was like 20 years ago. God, you just made me realize how old I am, bro. Thanks. Thanks, dude. Clover Health almost hit my $4 price target yesterday, 292 or 392. I'm gonna keep an eye on this stock, but this stock's pretty expensive. Let's check how ASST's doing. Oof. Actually still consolidating. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Glad I took profits when I did, though. Wow, Bitcoin at 11,000. Dude, what is going on with this market, bro? The market's in shambles. What is with this market, bro? SPY's green every single day. SPY is getting ready to top out, though. I guess this can be gone because that's played out. SPY setting up for bearishness. How is SPY going up with BTC down? Dude, the whole thing's in shambles right now, bro. None of this shit makes sense. We have Fed interest. We have a Fed meeting. I will be streaming that. This is the old one. There ain't no way he's live right now. He's not live right now, is he?
Is going to be very different and even more effective. So I think it's really hard to know. You know, of course, there are optimists who feel like it's going to make everybody much more productive.
Yeah, this
and
is the old one.
And those who think it's going to replace an awful lot of jobs right across the income spectrum, you know, white collar, blue collar, and everything. So I just don't know. We don't have a house view.
That's old. That's old. I should be able to record and post the Fed meeting. All right, SPY's in an official downtrend. SPY is in an official downtrend. SPY is going to keep heading down until we break above this yellow line. We're going to make it a red line. SPY is going to keep trending down until this trend line is broken above. SPY setting up for bearishness today. This is exactly what I told you guys. Remember I said we could see bearishness because the market has everything priced in? Everything was already priced in. Everyone is expecting a rate cut. I'm scared to put on Twitter/X. I did my part. Let me guess, you voted yes? Oh, guys, check this out. Check this out, y'all. Unless he deleted it. I voted no. You dig? Let me see if I can find it. Whoa, is this mine? I went viral. 13K views. I went viral. 237 likes. All right, Twitter might make me get Twitter Blue after this. All right, y'all, I might be getting Twitter Blue after this, guys, because we just got our first, major tweet here. 45 retweets, 110 comments, 237 likes, y'all. $13.8 views. Okay, look, guys. How many people are here right now? Look, we got 50 in the building. What do you guys think? There are no two optimal choices for those who have decided to hold. AMC equals Sting. No. Okay, hold on. There are two non-optimal choices. There's a third choice. Sell and move on. For those who have decided to hold. Same in 2003. Yes, dilution, Sting. No cash, drought. Both those choices have unique downside with very predictable outcomes. As you decide to vote, consider carefully. what the CFO would recommend. I definitely ain't gonna listen to anyone on the board. Okay, I'm gonna respond to this, but I'm gonna like, yo, should we debate this guy? I'm about to message him and be like, yo, how can I get on the show, bro? We need to debate. Vote yes with the CEO. Don't be a shill. What? Bro lost the plot. Oh, God. Yes, voters. Yes, voters. I agree. Vote no. Yeah, but we gotta try, bro. Bro thinks I'm an hedgy. Bro, if Adam Aaron hit me up and tried to pay me off, I would tell everybody. That's why they won't hit me up. You're stupid. Bro, that's a strong argument. And he said, you're like you are. Let me make sure I have all punctuation that way. That way. That way you can't come back. Okay, he said, you're stupid, period. It's you are, buddy. You are. You are. I suck at typing on a keyboard. Oh my God. Voted no, voted no. Yeah, just remember this, bruh. Just remember this. These guys are stupid. Bro, if you think everyone's who's a shill who's telling you the truth, all right, that's enough response. Hey, I can agree with that. That's a message I can get behind. All right. That's enough responding to comments. Going to sell AMC before December. These people voting yes are idiots. It is what it is, man. But hey, at least I got a very good collection of information here. I got a very good collection of information. I might get verified, bro, because if I can get 13,000, the reason why I never got verified is because I was like, bro, I'll never get any numbers anyways. But if I can get 13,000 without being verified, I might do it, bro. Twitter Blue might have convinced me to, or Twitter might have convinced me to buy Twitter Blue. I'm gonna message Tony De Niro. Remember Spy is setting up for Downside? Well, my tweet went viral. Oh, we got some new followers too. 2,209. Thank you. All right, so I'm gonna message Tony and see if he wants to debate. One man standing up against the fucking army. And I went viral for it. Zelly Zen in the building. Zelly Zen in the building. I just call it how I see it. Bro, if you scream shill every time you hear the truth, you're gonna just get hosed. Now, when AMC goes to $2, when AMC goes to $1.50, bro, I don't even want to hear shit. I'm not even gonna be mean. Should illegals be banned from all welfare programs? Why is illegal immigrants getting welfare? There's can't control the sheep. There's too many facts. This market is dookie though, bruh. So other than that, it's probably gonna be a pretty boring day, but guys, we're gonna fucking have a debate. We're gonna try to have a debate, bro. I got too many comments. I can't even read these all. How many comments is on here? I can never respond to them. 144. I can never respond to them all. Never mind. I was gonna try, but I can't. Brian and 100 others liked your post. Thank you. I don't want more dilution or compensation to the rich. Oh shit, we got Tony De Niro. The only reason we are at $2 in the first place is loans and debt. Bro. I can't type all of this. I know I miss punctuations and stuff, but I do not care. We'll make this so it's a little bit easier to read, and then we'll put the $sign in the correct place. Other than that, I'm not too much of a grammar Nazi. I guess today's live will be me just responding to haters online. It's like, nah, but I do like having actual conversations with people. Whoa, Amy! I do like having actual conversations with people. Was this a bear flag the whole time? One. Could be a bear flag. Fuck. SPY and Bitcoin might be in a bear flag. Let me check out NASDAQ. NASDAQ broke. This is... That's a blow off top if I've ever seen one. NUWE. What's that? A new stock? Is it the play? All right, so I'm messaging Tony right now. This guy said I voted yes because the board has a duty to make the best decisions for shareholder. This guy thinks Adam Aaron is his friend. All right, so I message him. We'll see what happens. But if he wants, then I'm gonna go live, or we'll go live, and then now I will debate him live. We got 14,000. This tweet's growing still. It's picking up steam, guys. We're gonna add some fuel to the fire. Yo, guys, make sure you check out my tweet, man. We're live right now as well. We're live right now. Make sure you guys hit that like button, subscribe, and support the channel, man. I'm going to put the link in the description. Yo, fam, what up? It's your boy Datazero. You already know the deal. Listen, I posted a tweet about me voting no, and apparently it's pissing people off because that shit went viral, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you check out the tweet. I'm gonna put it in the comment section and description. Make sure you retweet that thing and let me know you guys voting yes or no to the AMC proxy vote. Votes are coming out now. Votes are coming out. Yes, right here. This is my tweet, brother. As you guys can see, we got about 14,000 views, 247 likes, 48 retweets, and over 116 comments, ladies and gentlemen. All for simply voting no and telling the truth. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. I just call it how I see it. You guys don't have to listen to me. A lot of these people on X don't really understand my point of view. And even if they do vote yes, I don't care because you already know the deal, man. You guys got to do what you got to do. I just tell people what I believe based off of my research, charts, and data, and dilution isn't bullish. So, again, like and subscribe, check out the tweet, and I appreciate y'all. Peace. Dilution is not bullish, son. What if AMC started running right now, though? That shit would be crazy. up, Scotty? Multiple gap fills to the upside on GameStop. Multiple gap fills to the upside on GameStop. All right, SPY getting a bounce after breaking above sloping support and resistance. I told you guys SPY is going to keep going down until it breaks above the trend line. It broke above the trend line. Just like your post. Thank you, dude. That's going to add more fuel to the fire. Every single... Now we got 250. Thank you, bro. That's going to add more fuel to the fire. I really appreciate you guys, man. We wouldn't be here without all of your help and your support, you guys watching, and even shout out to my haters right now. Anybody hate watching? I appreciate you, because we couldn't have made it out without all of the attention that we're getting. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody, man. I appreciate you. All right, let's see what we got on the agenda for today. I was hoping that Trump wanted to stop naked shorting. No, he just added more crime. That's why you never put your faith in a politician. Because they're never going to do what they said. Nope. All he did was become president, make a meme coin, and then steal more money. Just like Joe Biden. Never trust the president. Or never trust the politician, period. Yeah, if you guys want to throw some gasoline on the fire, go like, comment, and retweet my tweet. Yo, GameStop, look at Game. Yo, GameStop with a little pop. We got multiple gap fills to the upside here on GME. GameStop with a pop. news update prediction. Banner in the building, what up? All right, SPY not out of the woods yet. If SPY breaks below 688.28, we're gonna see more downside. Guys, I think we might see some pullback here cutting into interest rates. We got interest rates at 2 p.m., Fed meeting at 2. So many sheep. Dude, so many. Wow, God bless you, DZ, for even dealing with us people. I'm just trying to tell people how I feel, man. I'm not trying to convince anyone to vote yes or no. I don't give a fuck, dude. Because I know in the end that people are going to do what they're going to do. But anybody with angry comments or anything like that, I mean, it is what it is. I don't really care. This guy really thinks, look, I voted yes because the board has a fiduciary duty to make the best decisions for shareholders. Adam Aaron clearly doesn't care about shareholders. How can you believe someone who's disrespected you so many times? AA isn't your friend, buddy. Like, these guys are lost, bro. Absolutely lost. Just like ape was a dividend. But yeah, I don't, if they're saying hateful things, it is what it is, you know what I mean? No, that's only 3 and 4. That's only 3 and 4. I honestly think this is a way for Adam Aaron to like steal the rest of our value. We just got 2,210 X followers. Thank you so much. How is the yield curve looking? I actually don't really look at the yield curve too much, but I do look at M2 money supply. Which isn't the same thing, I know, but when this goes up, that means Bitcoin goes up. And that means your dollar loses value. And notice how your dollar has exponentially lost value. And this is why SPY moves the way it does. This is the only chart you have to watch. If you look, SPY looks the same as that chart. If you zoom out on the monthly, SPY looks almost exactly the same as the M2 money supply. You guys see it? That little dip right here that we had? That was this. 2022 to 20, so what was that? 2023? Yeah, bro, that dip was the dip, bro. And this is why this is why things keep going up and why things don't make sense, because your dollar's actually losing value. So of course it's going to take more dollars. It's going to take more dollars to equal the same thing. He already took 90%. Yeah, I know, dude. He wants the last bit of it. He wants the last little bit. Dude, there's no way you can convince me that diluting 50 million shares is a good thing. You cannot convince me of that. Oh my God, we just got 2,211 X followers. God has a plan. Oh shit, my shit's blowing up. Todd, what up, buddy? Thank you. Yeah, me too, bro. And he said ape was a dividend. I literally do this for a living. Welcome to the right side of history. Okay, this tweet is growing exponentially. We now have 255 likes. Guys, we're spreading the word one retweet at a time. We're spreading the truth one retweet at a time. GME, let's flip positive. Facts. It's about to, maybe. Let's find out. We have 2 gap fills to the upside, which would take us green if we were able to fill them. Guys, we have 107 people in the building already. We have 107 people in the building. Make sure you guys like the stream up. We got 58 likes. We got to get some new members up in this bitch. Let me like my own stream. Let's find out. I gotta wait for the Fed. Fed. There should be something scheduled. See, they keep replaying old FOMC meeting. This is the old one, bro. I know because I watched all of them.
How do you get to a place where you have the confidence in the outlook for, say, inflation and or growth or the...
This is old, bro. We'll keep an eye on it, but... I messaged Tony De Niro. We'll see if he messaged me back. MSFT has earnings today. So until earnings come, there's no guarantee on what could happen. Earnings are going to be the big deciding factor for Microsoft. AMC trying to move up here a little bit. So is GameStop. There, keep it right so you can sleep at night. Wow, so many of you guys with the gold stars, man. That is several months of support. Thank you, C. Jackson, Karen, Scotty D. Thank you all for all of that support, man. I appreciate you guys. Without you guys, man, we wouldn't be here, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Thank you so much. up, Jamie? Why is ETH tracking perfectly? I have not moved this line. Look at this shit. Dude, I hate when Weeble does that, dude. I really do. Sister Super! Sister Super! Sister... Praying GME will pump this week, giving up on AMC. I don't blame you. I don't want anyone to give up on anything or lose hope. I don't want to be the guy that makes you give up, but...
Praying GME will pump this week. Given up on AMC.
I'm one of the strongest AMC representatives out there, man, and this dilution is just, it's too horrific. This is unheard of, bro. This guy said I'm short AMC and I voted. That means I have shares. What an idiot. I literally voted. Don't you see that I voted, you idiot? Bro said you must be shorting AMC. Yeah, I'm short and long at the same time, bro. I'm net neutral. What is GFYS? I don't know what that means. Alright, you're being emotional right now. Infestation and proliferation of beta male mofos. Dude, I don't get it, man. Like, I'm sitting here being chill, just saying my opinion, and people get so upset. They get so upset that they have to, like, lash out. They have to say you're a shill. Or you're stupid and don't know anything. Why they keep typing it like you're. Like Y-O-U-R. Thank you, Danny Lamb, for the super chat, bro. I appreciate you. Keeping the stream alive today. Up a nice 7%. Up a nice 7%. Overbought, though. This stock is probably a good buy right here at this point to make like a couple bucks up towards like $8 to $10. The crazy thing is, I'm not even out here trying to convince anybody to vote no. I don't really care what you do, bro. I'm just telling you what's gonna happen when you vote no, bro. Or when you vote yes. Like, I'm not sitting here telling you guys what to do, man. I tell you all, don't believe what I say. Do your own research. But I'm not taking my shares and I'm not voting yes. You're not gonna convince me to vote yes with my fucking shares, bro. There's no way you can convince me that dilution is bullish. Especially 550 million shares, bro. This is not happening. I voted no against more shares. Welcome to the club, Pat. Voting yes is a horrible decision. I know, man. I don't know how these people justify it. A lot of them are Adam Aaron fans, though. A lot of these guys think Adam Aaron is their friend. Like, this guy said, look, I voted. This guy truly believes, and no offense against Gorilla, but this guy truly believes. Look at this guy. This guy truly believes in his heart that Adam Aaron has his best interest in mind. Bro, if Adam Aaron had your best interest in mind, then AMC stock wouldn't do this, bro. This is the only stock that you've seen do this. Never went back up, bro. GameStop started going back up. GameStop bottomed a year ago. GameStop bottomed a year ago. GameStop also in 2024 GameStop returned 78% gains for their shareholders last year. What did AMC do? What did AMC do last year? It returned negative 34%. AMC's candle returned negative 34%. GameStop returned 78% plus. I'm sorry, I have to call it how I see it, bruh. Clearly there's a better option here. Clearly there's a better way. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings or anything like that, or all of my, because I know there's a bunch of apes out there and a bunch of DZ fam that holds AMC stock. I hold AMC stock. But at some point, you gotta be like, damn, bro, I keep losing money. Like, am I just gonna keep losing money, or am I gonna do something about it? I'm doing something about it. I'm not just gonna keep losing money. I'm not just gonna keep giving Adam Aaron my cash. So therefore I gotta do what I gotta do, man. Yeah. Call me the one. It don't mean a damn thing, run it so hard that I pull a hamstring, you know. Now everybody can say what they want, but as far as this shit goes, bro, I feel like I'm the realest one out here, bro. I'm always the realest. I'm always the most honest. I always tell the truth. I just call it how I see it. Check the replies again. Did you put something in there? This shit's growing, dude. It's still growing. I can't even see all the comments now. Make sure you like the comment. Like it up. Hey. I voted. I thought the vote wasn't until December. You can vote now, but you have up until December 9th. They're gonna have to do another reverse split when AMC drops underneath $1. At the current valuation, if you made the float 1.1 billion, AMC would be like $1.43 right now. If I was the CEO, the first thing I would be doing is cutting costs. I would be cutting costs and trying everything I can to make sure shareholders get some value. And I would do every possible thing possible to squeeze the shorts. They don't want me to be CEO. I would squeeze the shorts, and then I would need you guys to work with me, though. Because if I was CEO, what I would do is I would squeeze the shorts, then I would sell shares at a higher price, and then get AMC out of debt and save the company. But I need everyone to work with me, right? Once we get the squeeze, I need you guys to let me dump shares. Right? We get the squeeze, I dump shares at a certain price. It's gonna slow the squeeze down, but it is what it is. Then I take that money, I pay off all the debt, I save AMC, AMC becomes a profitable company, and then price slowly goes up over time. The only way AMC could pay off all its debt is if it squeezes and then sold shares. Other than that, they're just trying to slowly bleed money out of you. Anyone hold over 20,000 shares for 2 years? I do not have 20,000 shares. The Pokemon movie that game out free cards would go crazy right now. Bro! Why is that like the best idea I've heard in a fucking long time? Dude, if they made a Pokemon movie and they gave away like a special edition card that you could only get at that movie, that would go crazy. Yo, you're a genius, dude. Bro is literally a genius. Dude, if it was like a limited edition card that you could only get. Okay. We got Fed interest rate decision. Hold on. What am I doing right now? I can't think. Announcing our biggest update to YouTube Lives. Imagine your concert holding. Yo, YouTube is about to go crazy. YouTube is about to go crazy, y'all. There's a new update coming out, and YouTube is gonna go wild. The biggest drop updates will help you create, connect, and earn more. You'll be soon able to stream across formats, create shorts from your live streams, react live to streams, and more. I wonder what that means. I already react to live streams live. $14.6K. 14.6K, guys. Can we get it to 15K? I'll press like. Can we get it to 15K, guys? After I dumped, I still got the vote. Wait, you sold your shares and you still got the vote? So sanction restreaming of other people's content? Maybe. Maybe they're just gonna let you restream. I don't know. All right, so I'm gonna stream this live and record it. It's at 2:30. Bro, getting sponsored is harder than you think. And if you start shilling a bunch of products, your community will know that. I have never, ever, 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 ever shilled any products to you guys. Well, if you consider my Discord a product, but oh, and my merch. But I never went and sold you or tried to tell you guys to go buy other people's shit. Or I never said, hey, sign up for this broker. That's shady shit. Who does that? Tell me. You can say their name in the chat. Call it how you see it, bro. I like how Matt Kors convinced his community to buy FTX. That's horrible. Matt Kors was probably paid to promote FTX. A lot. Hold on, no, time out. Time out. A lot of those guys were paid to promote FTX, remember? Meet Kevin, Matt Kors, they were all promoting FTX. Andre Zick, all of them, bro. They were all promoting FTX. Wow, thank you guys. We're at 261 likes. Massive. You guys remember that shit? Everyone and their mom was promoting FTX. Yeah, yeah. Tell me, People try to say I silence people, but I only kick people out that literally committed infraction after infraction. Like, you constantly come to my stream and cause trouble. What is going on with GameStop? Spy pulling back, spy pulling back, spy pulling back. I knew today was going to be bearish, dude. Because the rate cuts are priced in. The rate cuts are priced in, so there's nowhere else to go but down. Plus RSI is too hot. You can't just keep going up, 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 up forever. It's not how this market works. SPY's gonna come back inside of this and drop down. Guys, if you want to support for free, like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. I need all those people on my X to go follow my YouTube channel right now. They need to follow my YouTube channel right fucking now. Funny how I posted this and then a bunch of other people posted this. Now everybody's posting it. Dilution, the great unifier. Guys, what is happening? These guys are actively like celebrating. Imagine being on a bus and that bus is speeding towards a cliff. And there's a group of people on the bus saying, hey, you know, maybe we should hit the brakes. Or maybe we should just get off the bus. Or maybe we shouldn't be doing this. But then there's a group of people in the back of the bus saying, guys, this is great. We're going to go to the moon. Everything's going to be fine. That's exactly what this is right now, guys. You're in a bus with a group full of people. And there's some of us that are thinking rationally like, hey, we shouldn't be doing this. Maybe we should get off the bus. The bus is speeding towards a cliff. And then there's a group of people in the back of the bus like, no, trust the bus driver. He has our best intentions in heart. Even though the bus driver is driving us right off of a fucking cliff. Bus driver's driving us right off of a fucking cliff. They're like, no, just trust the bus driver. He would never lie to us. Meanwhile, he's heading right toward the fucking cliff, dude. What is happening? I literally feel like I'm, as a short seller, I urge you to vote. This guy's probably serious. I support endless dilution. This guy's probably dead ass serious, bruh. Endless dilution. That's another thing these people don't understand that the yes votes are saying. I would love to debate Tony live. I won't be mean or anything like that. I'll be respectful, but I will crush every single yes point that there is. Every single thing that you can think of that why you would vote yes and why dilution is a good thing, I'll tell you why it's not. Because we've already been diluting. It's not like we haven't tried it. They say it like we haven't tried it their way. We have tried it your way, yes voters. We have tried it your way, and it doesn't work. It doesn't fucking work. And these people are so delusional that they will call someone trying to raise an alarm saying, hey, we're speeding towards a cliff. They will call that person a shill. They will call the guy warning you that we're headed towards a cliff. You're a shill. This is crazy. Vote. If you voting yes, tell me. If you're voting yes, we can talk about it. But we did vote yes. What are you guys talking about? We voted yes to all of this. Do you know how many times? Let's find out how many times AMC is diluted since 2025. Let's find out how many times since 2020. Let's see how many times AMC has diluted. Let's just see. Spy's about to pull back, guys. I'm telling you. I told you. Look, I called it in the Discord. Spy bearishness. Spy bearishness. Rate cuts are priced in. Rate cuts. Rate cuts. Rate cuts are priced in. Yeah. Okay, let's see how many since 2020, how many times has AMC stock diluted on shareholders? By dilution, I mean increase the float. I'm going to specify that. Anything that increased the float. I'm just now finding this, so let's find out together. Since 2020, AMC has diluted the stock multiple times through a series of at-the-market equity offerings, debt-to-equity conversions. Guys, yes, voters, let's not forget that they're also directly taking shares and using those for the debt, right? So the money that they make, they're not using that for debt because they use the shares for debt. They're not selling these shares to pay off debt. They're selling the shares to give Adam Aaron a $21 million a year salary. Yes, voters are delusional, and it's clear. Since at the money offering, January 2021, February 2021, during the squeezes, which everyone says they didn't do, and they fucking did. I told everybody that. I told everybody that. They did fucking dilute into the squeezes. Also, the issuance of 8, which was supposed to be a fucking dividend. That was fucking dilution hidden. And I got fooled by that. I ain't gonna lie to you guys. They fooled the fuck out of me. I thought ape was something good. I thought ape was something good at first. And then they lied. They played me. I got played by that. I ain't gonna lie. Then I found out what ape really was. It was dilution snuck under the rug. Ape was some bullshit. Where's my shades? I'm about to go in. Ape was some bullshit. It's your boy DataZero in the building, man. We got face cam mode on. You already know what it is. Alright, yeah. So ape was some bullshit, y'all. Ape was some bullshit. Let's see what else we got. Let's see what else we got here. (2021) January and February. Issuance of ape. Reverse 10-to-1 stock split. This was absolute destruction of the stock and how the short sellers got out of a market-breaking short squeeze. They were short 30%. AMC was on the threshold security list for over 45 days. They couldn't short literally. They had 0 shares. AMC would have squeezed God, this makes me so mad. And I know that people are going to be like, you don't know that for sure. It's speculation. I know for sure. Because we had 45 days on the threshold security list. There was hundreds of thousands of FTDs. They would have had to cover all of those FTDs and the 30% short interest. They would have had to cover all of that shit. But instead, they got bailed out by the 10-1 reverse stock split and the ape into fucking more AMC, which fucking caused dilution. So then they were able to kick the can down the road. That's why they were shorting it so heavy before that move. And we had a fucking fractal. We had a fucking fractal for the 2021 squeeze, similar to when we seen the fractal happen here and we pumped up. We had the same fucking fractal right here, man, and we were about to fucking run up again. We were about to go to the moon. AMC would have squeezed right then and there. AMC would have squeezed right then and there. They would have had to cover all of those FTDs. And if you're not familiar with what I'm talking about, you can go back to my videos during these times and see that we were on the threshold security list for 45 days plus. And this is the only time that I have ever seen AMC stock have 0 shares available to short for days on end. I don't give a fuck about SSR. I don't give a fuck about none of that, because SSR, I seen them dump shares. I seen them dump shares during SSR times. I seen them dump shares no matter what. Cost to borrow at 1,000%. They still had shares. But when it was on the threshold security list for 45 days, and that rule went into effect where you cannot short that shit no more, that's the only time I seen AMC have 0 shares available to short on the fucking Fintel, on the fucking chart exchange. That was the only time I've ever seen that for multiple days in a row. They literally couldn't short. What do you think would have happened if AMC had 30% short interest, multiple hundreds of thousands of FTDs, and there's no shares to short? You can't short at all. We would have fucking squeezed. I know for a fact we would have squeezed, bro. We would have squeezed. And the reason why I was thinking it couldn't happen, because the numbers I saw were too crazy, because there was too many FTDs. Cost to borrow was over 1,000%. It would have broke the whole entire market. AMC would have went to thousands of dollars per share. Thousands of dollars per share. It would have been bigger. It would have been bigger than this. It would have made this look like a drop in the bucket. AMC would have went to thousands of dollars per share. It would have been the culmination of all of us buying and holding in the saga. This right here, when the ape, and this is why I have it marked. This was ape go in the reverse split. I have each of these dilution events marked. People think these are random marks. These are actual dilution events that we've seen here since 2020. Okay, we had January, February, debt to equity swaps, issuance of ape conversion. Okay, the ape conversion was dilutive. January, February, dilutive. Equity swaps, dilutive. Dilution events in 2023, November. Yes, voters, we tried it your way. The debt they're paying down is a drop in the bucket. It's just to keep AMC limping along so they can keep you buying more, so they can steal more of your shit. While you're working hard at work and then taking your paycheck and buying shares every fucking Friday. They're looking at Adam Aarons behind the scenes, rubbing his fucking dirty hands together, scheming on how he can steal your shit. And they finally realize that some of these people are so brainwashed, they're going to vote yes to over 550 million shares. And the person in the room who's trying to say, hold on, we're in a bus speeding towards a cliff, this doesn't look good. Adam Aaron and some of these people know that some of these people are so delusional, so lost, so ingrained in believing that a person that couldn't even point them out in a room, Adam Aaron, believes that Adam Aaron cares. These people, look at the information we get from my tweets. The information we get from my tweets is so valuable. These people truly believe I voted yes because the board has a duty to make the best decision for the shareholder. When has the board been doing that? When has Adam Aaron been doing that? Because everything I see looks bad. The share price keeps going down. You're not providing anything for the shareholders. All I see, so the board should be fired, in my personal opinion. They haven't been doing their job for 5 years. They haven't been doing shit for 5 years. So, Gorilla, no offense to you, if you see this, bro, explain to me, please. How has Adam Aaron shown me with actions? Actions speak louder than words. How has Adam Aaron shown me that he's doing what's best for me? That he has my best interest in mind? He hasn't shown me that at all, bro. So these people are so hopelessly ingrained. They're so lost in the system, bro, that they will literally fight to protect it. Literally a line from the fucking Matrix, dog. They're so dependent on the system. They are so hopelessly lost. These people, the easiest people to enslave are the ones who think they're free. These people are enslaved, bro. I'm here on the bus saying, hold on, maybe this isn't I'm not even telling anyone what to do. I'm saying maybe this isn't a good idea. We're all putting up our votes. This is a democracy. And they get so riled up that they put this shill. They get emotional. They call names. I'm just saying, hey, maybe this isn't a good idea. Maybe doubling the float, which sounds absolutely insane, isn't a good idea. I don't think it's a good idea to double the float. I think that's a very stupid idea. That sounds actually retarded. I don't think that's a good thing, no. These people are lost, Joe. I don't know what to do, man. What are we going to do, family? I can't tell everyone what to do. So all I have to do is react off what I'm seeing. And I see too many crazy people anymore, bro. If I let go of my shares, I will make sure all of you know. I will make sure each and every one of you know that DataZero sold his shares. If our CEO is against us, we are screwed no matter how we vote. Yeah, dude, I know, bro. That's part of the thing, too. But I'm not going to have that type of attitude only because I am well aware of that, bro. I'm well aware of that. I'm aware that the vote is... already know the answer. I already know what it's going to be. The dilution's coming. I already know the answer. The dilution is coming. Institutions are voting yes. The dilution is coming. The fact that retail's fractured, that's all they needed. They just needed a little bit of retail to vote yes. And that's how I knew. That's how I know the vote's gonna be yes. But I'm not gonna have a attitude where I'm like, there's no hope. But I see the fact that retail's fractured. It's gonna be a yes vote. All they needed was a little bit of retail to vote yes. That's all they needed. And they got it. Ethereum coming back over 4,000. Ethereum coming back nasty. Look at that. Moving all the way from 3.9 all the way to 4. 3.926 to 4.11. Divide and conquer. That's exactly right, brother. And the crazy thing is, if you come on my live stream and hear me talk, bro, you know, you will fully understand. People can say what they want, but you'll fully understand. I do know what I'm talking about. I study this shit every single day. I know exactly what I'm talking about. And the divide and conquer has worked for the apes, and it's worked before and it's working again. So I already know the vote's gonna be yes. I'm just trying to see. At this point, they're controlling AMC a lot with dark pool and short shares. So I don't think we're gonna be able to get a run. 79% dark pool volume. I don't think we're gonna look. The dark pool volume has just been going higher and higher and higher and higher. I don't think we're gonna be able to get a run. So I might just have to let it go, bro. That time might be coming for me, man. And each and every one of you are going to have to make that decision. But I'm not going to tell you guys I have shares and I don't. I could sell some of my shares and keep a little tiny bit. But right now, right, obviously hindsight's 2020, but right now, if I just sold my AMC profits, right, which I did take profits, but didn't buy any AMC back, right, didn't buy any AMC back, because AMC I bought the most of, and I just put that money in Bitcoin, I would be sitting pretty right now. Right now. So, that being known, how about we stop playing games and we start getting more money into Bitcoin? Because from what I can see here, over time, the more money in Bitcoin, the more digits go up. In fact, if I would have just kept buying Bitcoin only and bought nothing else, bought no altcoins, bought nothing else. I did very well in XRP and Ethereum, but if I bought nothing else and just Bitcoin, I would be sitting pretty right now. If I didn't buy no stocks, nothing. Just Bitcoin. I'd be at the point where I'm just buying S&P 500 and chilling. I got Bitcoin, I got S&P 500, and I just watch my portfolio go up every day and collect dividends. And then pay myself a check at the end of the month. Moral of the story. Bitcoin. Fucking Bitcoin, man. So I feel like the capital from AMC would be more better deployed in Bitcoin. You can harvest a tax loss. You can get a nice tax loss from that, and then you can deploy the capital somewhere else. Bro, because they're barcoding they're dark pooling everything. Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate it. Jamie cost a bar at 0.74%. They had a bunch of short shares yesterday. They dumped a shit ton of short shares on AMC because they had 7 million yesterday. Let me put on Finto because it shows like. They had 7 million short shares yesterday on AMC. Yeah, they had 7.9 million. They dumped all those short shares on Amy. That's why she's not going anywhere. They're playing a foul, dirty game until December. They're going to keep us. Listen, guys. I'm telling you what's going to happen right now, bro. I'm not trying to be cynical or nothing. They're playing a dirty game on AMC. They're pinning it right now, trying to slowly grind it down into December. That's what they're going to do the whole time. They're going to dark pool it. They're going to pay as much as they have to pay to fucking keep shorting it. They're going to keep doing what they got to do. And I'm letting you know right now, man, it's not looking good for December. And I already know the vote's going to be yes. If there's some miracle that it's not, that's crazy. You know, but I know all they needed to do was get a little bit of retail to vote yes. That's why there was that campaign that we saw on Twitter/X of all those people saying, go vote yes. And then all you'd have to do is convince a little bit of people and divide and conquer. SPY's looking extremely bearish. It, like I said, the RSI, I already told you guys this shit's setting up for a correction. I already told you guys that. The RSI is very hot. It's showing momentum fading. MACDs are showing momentum fading. It's going to come back inside this bear flag and break down. There's multiple gap fills on the daily time frame, 2-hour time frame, 4-hour time frame. It's crazy. Look at these gaps on the daily, right? This is not sustainable. I don't know what people were thinking. Like, you can think they were like, oh, it's just going to keep going up. No, bro. You see this with this fucking gravestone doji, dog? I cannot wait to finish the class tomorrow on the weekend. Sorry, guys. Personal thought. Cannot wait to finish this class. I'm going to work on the class on the weekend. I've been working on it every weekend. But yeah, man, it's not looking good, y'all, for Amy. So they're gonna try to run it down into December, and shit, I literally had shares. They're not the same shares, but I literally had shares from starting in 2019 all the way until 2025. I made more money on, no. I was going to say I made more gains on Target than I did AMC. I made money off that squeeze, I ain't going to lie. I'm not looking at my account go up 300% and not taking profits, bro. When I saw a little bit of money turn into a lot of money, I was like, oh, fuck. I'm out of here, dog. You ain't got to tell me twice, dog. I saw a paycheck. I saw a fucking paycheck. Cha-ching, get me the fuck out of here, bro. Cha-ching, baby. Bitcoin is king for real. All right, guys, so we're going to be doing the Fed meeting live. I'm going to be recording that. You already know how that is. I'll be releasing it later. Thank you guys for watching right now. We got 100 people in the building. I appreciate that. Got some supers. Got some super dupers today. Let's give our supers a shout out. I think Danny Lamb was one, right? Oh, it's lagging. I hate when that shit happens, bro. Danny Lamb was one, right? Danny Lamb and Todd. Thank you, guys. OGs in the game. Absolute legends. SPY needs to stay above 688.28 to be bullish, but I think we're going to see a correction here soon. Thank you. We just hit 16,510 subscribers. 16,510 subscribers. Listen, if you want to support the stream for absolutely free, just hit that like button and subscribe. Hit that like button, subscribe. I appreciate it. Spy filling the gap. Spy filling the gap. Spy filling the gap. Oh, there's still a little bit left. There's still a little slither left of gap. We'll probably call that one quits. There's a little bit left, but we'll call that one quits. It's not going to be as strong. It's going to get filled still, but it's not going to be as strong. We'll call that one quits. So we'll consider that one filled. The gap from this morning. GameStop double gap filled to the upside. Yeah, SPY looking iffy, guys. Very volatile today. Rate cuts. Oh shit, we got the rate cuts right now. Rate cuts. That's what happened. It was the 3. It was the 2. It was right. It was the 4 as expected. Okay, we're gonna put that out there right now. Rate cuts for the 4. Rate cuts for the 4. Rate cuts for the 4 right now. Fed just cut rates. Let me make this tweet, guys. I apologize. I need someone who does this for me in the background. Where's the calendar? All right. The Fed has just cut rates 25 basis points as expected. We are at 4%. This is what me and the market expected. I believe this is mostly priced in for now. Boom. Okay, so yeah, I think SPY's gonna probably continue down. Rate cuts are priced in, y'all. Rate cuts are priced in. We'll see what happens though. Things could get extremely volatile. We still have a Fed press conference, which is gonna be crazy. The Fed press conference could also cause volatility. And then we have earnings for 3 tech stocks tonight. So it's still not over and things could get crazy and it could go either way. We still got a lot of shit going on. I may use tax harvesting. I lost a lot. Bro, we're all down about 80 to 90%. We're down 80 to 90%. The meeting's at 2:30. SPY's set to continue down in my personal opinion. I'll be recording the meeting and releasing the video. Yeah, I think it was mostly priced in on everything, but that doesn't mean long term. In the short term, everything was priced in, so everybody trading it. Everybody trading it. There's no real trade. SPY is definitely trying to come back inside of this bear flag. We have another gravestone doji, 4-hour time frame. And the 4-hour MACD just went red. The crazy thing is, though, my channel is not like, nothing's happening to my channel. My channel is growing faster. I know all of you guys hold AMC and GameStop, so I'm so confused. I can keep covering AMC and GME. I don't have a problem with that. And I'm not going to be overly bearish or anything like that. I'm going to tell you guys what I see. But I might sell my AMC, bro. You can't just keep dumping shares, man. And they want 550 million. That's just too much to me, man. That's too much. It's too much. It's just... They want to increase the float. The float's already been increased so much. And they want to increase it again. They just diluted in 2025. They just diluted July. They just diluted in July. They diluted in November, December 2023. They diluted with 8. They reverse split the stock, which Adam Aaron said on camera he would never reverse split the stock. This is how you know you can't trust. If a man will go on camera and look you in your eye, or a man will look you in your eye and tell you he'll never do something, and then go do that shit, you can't trust that man, bro. A man's word is everything. That's why it's so important for everyone to be extremely honest, bro. Like, it's everything you have. So when Adam Aaron said Ape was a dividend, a special, or they call it a special dividend for legal reasons, but he said it was a dividend at first and had everyone believing we were getting a dividend, and then it's dilution. That's one thing. When Adam Aaron said, I have no plans of ever reverse splitting or stock splitting the stock. Bro, reverse split the stock. Adam Aaron said that, I believe, on Trade's interview. So, I have a clip, but I can't find it. I'm sure you can Google search it. Adam Aaron says he'll never split the stock. Why did my video come up? The reverse stock split is not good for MOAS. I was warning about that way in the beginning. This is my video. Can you guys hear? Why is there no sound? Right here it is, though. Adam Aaron. Look at the typo, my God. Old school shit. I can't hear it, though. Oh, right here. All right, look.
But even now, we're sort of planning if we need more money, what do we do? Because the worst thing that I could possibly do is let the company share price slide back down to $1.91 as people come out and again try to doom tell and naysay the future prospects of AMC. But you're well aware. There's one analyst who put out reports and our share price is going to a penny. Yeah. There's another analyst who said our share price is going to $1. There's another analyst who said we
Adam Aaron says he'll never do the
Y'all
reverse
remember?
split. You guys remember that shit? Why did my video come up? That was so dope. 2 of my videos came up.
I can tell you that I never do any sort of stuff. A split or a stop, or a reverse split or a stop. That's point number 1. Point number 2. I can tell you that
So if a man will look you in the eye and tell you that and then do it, he's a liar. He said he'll never reverse split or split the stock. Never. He said he'll never do it.
a reverse split or a stop.
He said he'll never do it, guys. Yeah, SPY heading down, SPY heading down. Rate cuts priced in. Bearish momentum as predicted, guys. Unfortunately, we've all been bamboozled by AMC. Facts. Bamboozled, bro. Fucking bamboozled. And the truth is, I believed we could have squeezed until this fucking dilution. The dilution would make the squeeze impossible. There's no, if we didn't have the dilution, I believe there's still a chance that we could see some upside or a rally, a random pump. It might not be what people want, but with the dilution coming in play, if we get the dilution, I think that anytime that liquidity gets low, they'll dilute, and then, you know, and if we do happen to get out of control for whatever reason, they can also emergency dilute as well, which we've seen in the past, like they did in 2024. I gotta share my live stream. Yeah, nobody was talking about debt in 2021. What the heck just happened? Freaking making my tweet and it got deleted. Alright, 5 minutes, hurry up. Come on! I need someone to make tweets for me in the background. Stop it, you idiot. Yep, SPY bearishness as expected, guys. And I told you guys it's gonna break down inside of this bear flag and start. SPY's done, bro. SPY's done. SPY's gonna start seeing major bearishness. Rate cuts were priced in. Everybody was front running them. All right, let's get ready to record this thing. Rate cuts were priced in. But in the short term, it's going to be bearish. In the long term, it's still bullish. It's still going to be bullish in the long term. No, it's too late, bro. You should have got the puts earlier. It's too late now. Puts were earlier, bro. When we were in this downtrend, you could have got puts anywhere on the downtrend and just held. Because we just keep going lower. We went from this to this. You could have bought put in the morning and held that. That would have been the play. A put anywhere above this yellow line. Don't worry, the class is coming soon, brother. It's coming soon, and I know it's gonna help. The questions that you guys ask me all the time will all be answered. You'll know the answers. You're gonna know all the fucking answers. All the questions that you guys ask me, you're gonna have answers for. You're gonna know them. Google's AI mode's kind of dope. It works well. Yeah, Beyond Meat was a pump and dump. I told everybody as soon as it came back inside the bands. But stocks like that come and go. You make your money off of them and you get out. Anybody holding it is stupid. Not being mean. But if you if you hold a short squeeze play like that, you're dumb. Like, bro, as soon as we came back inside the bands and broke this trend line, I said it's over and it's going to keep going down when it breaks the trend line. And what happened? It broke the trend line. It's been going down ever since. Now, I'm not saying it can't come back. It might come back a little bit, but it's not going to go crazy. A lot of shorts covered. All right, guys, we got the Fed meeting for you guys. We're going to be watching that now. Let's go ahead and check it out. We got the Fed meeting for you guys. He'll be coming on here shortly. All right, man. So we're going to be waiting for him to come in. Should be coming in here any minute. All right, we're going to restart the video. All right, guys, we got Fed Chair Powell speech for you guys. Let me know if you guys can hear. Type a 1 in the chat. Make sure you guys can hear. Type a 1 in the chat.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Although some important federal government data have been delayed due to the shutdown, the public and private sector data that have remained available suggests that the outlook for employment and inflation has not changed much since our meeting in September. Conditions in the labor market appear to be gradually cooling, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals,
Somewhat
and in light of the
elevated.
balance of risks to employment and inflation, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to lower our policy interest rate by a 1/4 percentage point. We also decided to conclude the reduction of our aggregate securities holdings as of December 1. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Available indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a moderate pace. GDP rose at a 1.6% pace in the first half of the year, down from 2.4% last year. Data available prior to
Andrew.
the shutdown show that growth in economic activity may be on a somewhat firmer trajectory than expected, primarily reflecting stronger consumer spending. Business investment in equipment and intangibles has continued to expand, while activity in the housing sector remains weak. The shutdown of the federal government will weigh on economic activity while it persists, but these effects should reverse after the shutdown ends. In the labor market, the unemployment rate remained relatively low through August. Job gains have slowed significantly since earlier in the year. A good part of the slowing likely reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and labor force participation.
There it
though
goes with
labor
that
demand has
immigration
clearly
stuff
softened as
again.
well. Although official employment data for September are delayed,
Why does he keep saying
available
that?
evidence suggests that both layoffs and hiring remain low, and that both households' perceptions of job availability and firms' perceptions of hiring difficulty continue to decline. In this less dynamic and somewhat softer labor market, the downside risks to employment appear to have risen in recent months. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated
doesn't sound
relative
confident
to
about the
our
labor
2%
market at all.
longer-run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index suggest that total PCE prices rose 2.8% over the 12 months ending in September, and that, excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.8% as well. These readings are higher than earlier in the year as inflation for goods has picked up. In contrast, disinflation appears to be continuing for services. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up on balance over the course of this year on news about tariffs, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures.
Good point, Chris.
Beyond the next year or two or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to lower the target range for the federal funds rate by a 1/4 percentage point to 3 3/4 to 4%. Higher tariffs are pushing up prices in some categories of goods, resulting in higher overall inflation. A reasonable base case is that the effects on inflation will be relatively short-lived, a one-time shift in the price level.
I don't believe that.
But it is also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent.
So in the same voice, he said, no, they'll be short, but hold on, they could be long. This guy's ridiculous.
And that is a risk to be assessed and managed. Our obligation is to ensure that a one-time increase in the price level does not become an ongoing inflation problem. In the near term, risks to inflation are tilted to the upside and risks to employment to the downside. A challenging situation. There is no risk-free path for policy as we navigate this tension between our employment and inflation goals. Our framework calls for us to take a balanced approach in promoting both sides of our dual mandate. With downside risks to employment having increased in recent months, the balance of risks has shifted. Accordingly, we judged it appropriate at this meeting to take another step toward a more neutral policy stance. With today's decision, we remain well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential economic developments. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We continue to face two-sided risks. In the committee's discussions at this meeting, there were strongly differing views about how to proceed in
He
December.
always says the same thing.
A further reduction in the policy rate at the December meeting is not a foregone conclusion. Far from it. Policy is not on a preset course. At today's meeting, the committee also decided to conclude the reduction of our aggregate securities holdings as of December 1. Our long-stated plan has been to stop balance sheet runoff when reserves are somewhat above the level we judge consistent
Yeah,
with ample
man.
reserve conditions.
It's priced in. SPY dumping.
Signs
SPY
have clearly
dumping.
emerged that we have
Everything's
reached
priced
that
in,
standard.
guys. Downside, like I said.
In money markets, repo rates have moved up relative to our administered
Bear flag
rates,
is in
and we
place
have
still,
seen
guys.
more notable pressures on selected dates.
It's going to be
along
dropping
with
down
more
back
use of
inside
our
the bear
standing
flag,
repo
like I
facility.
said.
In addition, the effective federal funds
Multiple
rate
gap
has
fills on the
begun to
daily
move
time
up
frame.
relative to the rate of interest on reserve balances. These developments are what we expected to see as the size of our balance sheet declined and warrant today's decision to cease runoff. Over the 3.5 years that we've been shrinking our balance sheet, our securities holdings have declined by $2.2 trillion. As a share of nominal GDP, our balance sheet has fallen from 35% to about 21%. In December, we'll enter the next phase of our normalization plans by holding the size of our balance sheet steady for a time, while reserve balances continue to move gradually lower as other non-reserve liabilities, such as currency, keep growing. We will continue to allow agency securities to run off our balance sheet, and will reinvest the proceeds from those securities in Treasury bills, furthering progress
SPY
toward a
absolutely
portfolio
tanking.
consisting primarily
SPY
of Treasury
absolutely
securities.
tanking.
This reinvestment strategy will also help move the weighted average maturity of our portfolio closer to that of the outstanding stock of Treasury securities, thus furthering the normalization of the composition of our balance sheet. The Fed has been assigned two goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting our maximum employment, bringing our inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals.
Yeah, right.
Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
If you would do that, you wanted to lower rates to make inflation go higher, even though inflation didn't go away.
Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, are you uncomfortable with how the has assumed a rate cut is a foregone conclusion at your next meeting?
Well, as I just mentioned, a further reduction in the policy rate at the December meeting is not a foregone conclusion, as I've just said. So I would say that needs to be taken on board. We had, I would just say this, 19 participants on the committee. Everyone works very hard at this and takes their obligations
Guys, this
to
is
serve the
bad.
American people very seriously. And
This
at
is
a
bad,
time
I'm
when
telling you
we have
guys.
tension between our two goals, we have strong views across the committee. And as I mentioned, there were strongly differing views today. And
SPY is
the takeaway
tanking.
from that is that we haven't made a decision about December.
Coming back inside that
And,
bear
we're gonna be
flag,
looking
coming
at
down
the
for
data
these
that we
gaps,
have,
guys.
how that affects the outlook and the balance of risk.
SPY's going to come back inside the bear
Just
flag
say
and
that.
dump, like I told
Some
you.
of your colleagues have framed last month and maybe today, I won't put words in your mouth, there's a risk management exercise. At what point do you taken out enough insurance? Are you looking for some kind of improvement in the outlook, or could this unfold along the lines of last year, where you made a sequence of adjustments and then waited to gather more information?
So the
Rate
way
cuts were
we
priced in.
have been thinking, well, I've been thinking about it is the risks to the two goals. For a very long time, the risk was clearly of higher inflation. And then that has changed now. And as we saw particularly after the July meeting, we saw the downward revisions in job creation, we saw a very different picture of the labor market, and suggested that there were higher downside risks to the labor market than we had thought. And that suggested that policy, which we had been holding at a I would say modestly, others people would say moderately restricted
NASDAQ
level,
blow off top.
needed to move more in the direction over time of neutral. If the two goals are sort of equally at risk, then you ought to be at neutral, because one of them's calling for you to hike and one of them's calling for you to cut. So if that got back into balance, then you'd want to be roughly at neutral. So in that sense, it was a risk management and I would say the same about today, sort of the same logic. But as I mentioned, going forward is a different thing.
Claire. I'm Claire Jones, Financial Times. Thank you for taking this question. We've just heard from you that the discussion in December and the conclusion of the discussion is not a foregone conclusion.
What that means, stocks.
I'd like to just dig into that a little bit more about what sort of arguments were brought up. Was there any consideration, for instance, of the investment we're seeing in AI and some of the generation of household wealth through rises in stock prices related to the AI boom? Thank you.
These questions are trash.
I wouldn't say that's a factor in everyone's assessment of the economy. I wouldn't say it's the driving factor. I don't think for anybody. I guess I would say it this way. Once again, I would just point out that we have the situation where the risks are to the upside for inflation and to the downside for employment. We have one tool. You can't do both of those.
Inflation's definitely going to go up because you cut rates, bro.
You have some people have different forecasts, right? So they'll forecast faster or slower progress on one or the other, and they also have different levels of risk aversion. And people
SQQQ up
some will be
1%,
more
guys.
averse
SQQQ
to
up 1%.
inflation overruns. And some
Nasdaq
will
blow
be
off
more
top.
averse
SPY
to
dumping. SPY
underruns
dumping
of
towards
employment.
Gapfill.
And so you put that
682.12.
together, and as you can see from the SEP and from the public discussion that goes on between the meetings when participants go out and talk, they're very disparate views, and they were reflected in strongly differing views in today's meeting, as I pointed out in my remarks. And that's what leads me to say that, that we haven't made a decision about December. I always say that it's a fact that we don't make decisions in advance. But I'm saying something in addition here, is that it's not to be seen as a foregone conclusion. In fact, far from it.
Can I just ask a quick follow-up on QT? How much of the fund impressions we've seen in money markets are related to the U.S. Treasury issuing more short-term debt?
That could be one of the factors, but the reality is we've seen, the things that we've seen, higher repo rates and federal funds rate moving up. These are the very things that we look for. We actually have a framework for looking at, what the place we're trying to reach. What we
Reverse
said
repo has been
for
going
a long
up.
time now is that when we feel like we're a bit above what we consider a level that's ample, that we would freeze the size of the balance sheet.
SPY is
Of course,
supported
reserves
at
will continue to decline from that point
683.78.
forward as non-reserve liabilities.
If it stays below
grow.
that, you could come down
So
to the
this
gap fill at
happened-
682.12.
Some things have been happening for some time now, showing a gradual tightening in money market conditions. Really, in the last, call it 3 weeks or so, you've seen more significant tightening, and I think a clear assessment that we're at that place. The other thing is, the balance sheet is shrinking at a very,
What's
very
up, hip
slow
hop?
pace now. We've reduced it by half twice, and so
Yes, they
not
cut rates, bro.
A lot of benefit to be holding on to get the last few dollars because, again, the balance sheets, the reserves are going to continue to shrink as non-reserves grow. So, there was support on the committee as we thought about it to go ahead with this and announce that we will be, freezing the size of the balance sheet. And the December 1 date gives the markets a little bit of time to adapt.
Colby.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the New York Times. So much of the rationale for cutting interest rates, even as inflation moves away from the 2% target, seems to be, that there are these mounting downside risks.
Now, this is a good question. She's asking, how are you cutting rates while inflation's going up?
To the labor market. But if those don't materialize and the labor market either stabilizes around current employment levels or even starts to strengthen somewhat, how would that change your perception of how much interest rates need to fall from here?
She switched it up a little
Would you then
bit.
be a bit more concerned
mentioned
about underlying inflation and the possibility of second round effects from tariffs?
Yeah, in principle, if you were to see data that suggested that the labor market's strengthening or even that it's stabilizing, that would certainly play into our decisions going forward. So, we do have, we get...
Yo, they're giving him softball questions. Of course that would play into his decision. Of course it would play into his decision. That's the data that they use.
Some data,
They're giving
the
them
labor market is a
softball
place where we
questions
get,
this time.
for example,
Sometimes they
we get
ask
the
good
state
ones, but
level
these
data
ones are
on initial
trash.
claims, which are sending a sort of a signal of more of the same. We also get job openings And we'll get
Spy
lots
trying
of
to get a little
survey
bit of a
data, we'll
bounce.
get the beige book and things like that. So we'll have a picture of what's going on in the labor market. And, the fact that we're not seeing an uptick in claims or a downtick really in opening.
Rate cuts were priced in, bro.
Suggests that you're
RSI
seeing
was
maybe-
too hot.
maybe
Bear flag in
continued,
play.
very gradual cooling, but nothing.
Told
more
everybody
than
this would be
that.
coming-
That does
it
give
would
you
coming
some
down.
comfort.
But if this shutdown lasts a while longer and you don't have that data in hand, I'm just wondering how that hinders the committee's ability to assess the state of the labor market and make the right policy decisions, and also how much is that factoring into the debate about December?
Yeah. So, we get, like I mentioned, what we get in the labor area. We get some data in inflation, some data in economic activity. And we'll have a picture of what's going on. We also will have the beige book again. I would say we're not going to be able to have the detailed feel of things. But I think if there were a significant or material change in the economy one way or another, I think we'd pick that up through this. So in terms of how it might affect December, it's really hard to say. December's the meeting's
They're
like
gonna
6
cut.
weeks away.
They're gonna cut again. I know
We
it.
just don't know what we're going to get.
Trump's making them
If
cut
there
it.
is a very high level of uncertainty, then that could be an argument in favor of caution about moving, but we'll have to see how it unfolds.
Steve.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Mr. Chairman, can you characterize the meeting in terms of, you said strongly differing views. Was this a close call, this cut, or was it a close call maybe the other way because you had dissents on both sides? Thanks.
So I was referring to the discussion about, to the extent it related to December. You saw we had two dissents, one for 50 and one for no cut. So, that was a strong, solid vote in favor of this cut. The strongly differing views were really about the future. What does that look like? And I think people are saying, they're noticing stronger economic activity. Forecasters generally, broadly, have raised their economic growth forecasts for this year and next year, in some cases quite materially. In the meantime, we see, a labor market that's kind of, I don't want to say stable, but it's not clearly in motion. It's not clearly declining quickly in any case. It may be just continuing to gradually cool. And again, people have different forecasts and expectations about the economy and different risk tolerances. And so there's you read the SEP, you read the speeches, there are differing views on the committee, and to the point where I said what I said.
And just to follow up on the balance sheet, if you stop at the runoff now, does that mean you have to go back to actually adding assets sometime next year so that the balance sheet doesn't shrink as a percent of GDP and become a tightening factor?
So you're right. The place we'll be on December 1 is that the size of the balance sheet is frozen. And as mortgage-backed securities mature, we'll reinvest those in Treasury bills, which will foster both a more Treasury balance sheet and also a shorter
it's all a
duration. So that's
scam.
what-
Everything's a
in the
Ponzi
meantime,
scheme,
If you
all the
freeze
way
the size
up.
of the balance sheet, the non-reserve liabilities, currency, for example, they're going to continue to grow organically. And because the size of the balance sheet is frozen, you have further shrinkage in reserves. And reserves is the thing that we're managing that has to be ample.
Yo,
So
the world is
that'll
crazy,
happen
bro.
for a time, but not a tremendously
And it's
long
all
time. We
built
don't know
on
exactly
monopoly
how long.
money.
But at a certain point, you'll want to start
Yo,
reserves to start gradually growing to keep up with the size of the banking system and the size of the economy. So we'll be adding reserves at a certain point. And that's the last point. Even then,
Your job is to figure out how to get enough of this monopoly money so you don't have to worry about it anymore, because it makes no sense to just chase. Get enough where you can be comfortable, live a good life, and sail off into the sunset. It doesn't make any sense to chase until the end of your days. Enjoy your life. Get away from the phone. Turn off social media. That's the goal.
we didn't make decisions about this today, but we did talk today about the composition of the balance sheet.
Give me monopoly dollars,
because
because this shit's crazy.
The balance sheet be right now
They're just like, hey, we print money out of thin air, and then this is interest rate and
universe of Treasury securities. And we want to move to a place where we're closer to that duration. That'll take some
I print
time.
money
We
out
haven't
of
made a
thin
decision
air, and
about
then it
the
grows interest,
ultimate
and
endpoint,
Bro.
But we all agree that we want to move more in the direction of a balance sheet that
And then
more
we sell
closely
our
reflects
government
the
debt. What are
outstanding
you even talking
treasuries,
about,
and that
dog?
means a shorter duration balance sheet. Now, this is something that's going to take a long time and move very, very gradually. I don't think you'll notice it in market conditions.
We have
but
9 minutes till
that's
power
the direction
hour.
of things.
Janelle Marte with Bloomberg. How are officials interpreting the latest CPI report? So some components came in lower than expected, but core inflation was still at 3%. So at this moment, what are you learning about the drivers? And also, do you view that the risks are greater that the Fed makes a mistake on employment or inflation?
So, okay, so this
They're going to make a mistake on inflation because they already did. They lowered rates while inflation didn't go down underneath 2%. So they messed up already. It's over, man. They already made the mistake.
September CPI report, we didn't get PPI after that, which is important for translation into what we look at, which is PCE inflation. But we can still make a pretty good assessment of what that will be. When we get PPI, there might be some adjustments. But so directionally, it was a little softer than expected, and we always break it down into the three components. So basically, you've seen goods prices increasing, and that's really due to tariffs. And that's compared to a longer run trend of very, very mild deflation in goods. So that's moving inflation up. On the other side of that, good news that housing services inflation has been coming down and is expected to continue to come down. So if you remember a couple of years ago, that's the one that we kept expecting it to do that. Now it's been doing that for some time, and we expect to continue that. That leaves the biggest category is services other than housing services. And that's kind of been moving sideways over the last few months, but a significant part of that is non-market services, and we don't take a lot of signal about the tightness of the economy from that. So if you add all that up, a couple things to say. One is that inflation away from tariffs is actually not so far from our 2% goal. We estimate, people have different estimates of what that is, but it might be, 5 or 6 tenths, and so that, if it's 2.8, then core PCE, not including tariffs, might be 2.3 or 2.4 in that range, something like that. So that's not so far from your goal.
Yeah, the 2030
we look at that, and the thing about tariff inflation is the base case is that it will come, and it probably will increase further, but it is that it will be a one-time increase. And we've been very focused for all of this year at making sure that that's the case and thinking carefully about what are the pathways through which it can become something else.
Bouncing back to the upside.
One of those would be, a really tight labor market. We don't see that. Another could be inflation expectations moving. We don't see that. So I think
Bitcoin
we're
also
watching
bouncing
this very
as well.
carefully. I think it's not the case that we're just assuming that it's going to be a one-time inflation. We understand fully that this is a risk we have to monitor.
It's not going to be
and ultimately
one-time
manage.
inflation.
With the stubborn in services inflation, what are some of the things that the Fed could do to address that, and especially when we're seeing potentially labor supply challenges?
Sorry, say the first.
The stubborn services inflation that you mentioned.
Services inflation. Yeah. Well, again, the part of services inflation that isn't coming down as we would like it to is the non-market part of non-housing services. And overall, that's just something that we expect will come down. The non-market part of it should come down. It largely reflects higher stock prices and financial services that are imputed rather than actually paid is a big part of that. But also just we think policy is still modestly restrictive in my telling. So that's the kind of thing that should lead to a gradually cooling economy. That's one of the reasons you see a gradually cooling labor market is because the Fed policy is modestly restrictive. So that should also help get that. I want to say, though, we're absolutely committed to returning inflation to 2%. If you look at longer-term surveys or market pricing, you will see that's a credible commitment, and there should be no question that that's where we're going.
Chris.
Great, thank you. Chris Rugaber, Associated Press.
He keeps saying 2%
So there's a big
inflation. Maybe he'll
investment
believe
boom
it.
in AI infrastructure right now, as you know, and wondering if the existence of such a boom would indicate that rates are not that restrictive after all, and could further rate cuts at this point perhaps fuel an excess level of investment there or market bubbles? How is the Fed thinking about that?
So I don't think that you're right. There are a lot of data centers being built and other investments being made around the country and around the world.
It's definitely going to fuel the bubble.
Big U.S. companies are just investing a lot of resources in thinking about how AI, which will be based on those data centers, run through those data centers, is going to affect their businesses. So it's a big deal. I don't think that the spending that happens to build data centers all over the country is especially interest sensitive. It's based on longer run assessments that this is an area where there's going to be a lot of investment and that's going to drive higher productivity and that sorts of things. I don't know how those investments will work out, but I don't think they're particularly interest sensitive compared to some of the other sectors.
And then just a quick follow-up. You mentioned that you do have data that you're looking at for inflation and growth in the absence of government data. Could you give us a sense? I think we know a lot about the jobs data that's out there. Can you give us a sense of what you're looking at to track inflation in the absence of government data? Thank you.
So it's a lot of things, and it doesn't replace government data, but you know all of these.
It's probably really bad right now. This government shutdown is probably strategic. It's probably really bad right now. Dude, something is boiling underneath the surface, guys. I'm telling you, man. This is end game level shit. I'm telling you guys.
I'll just mention some of the many names.
I'm telling you, man. There's something. I haven't
others,
figured it out yet, but I'm going to. I'll be able to articulate it.
There's ADP data. On spending, you're going to ask about spending at some point. There are lots of other things that we look at, but it's many different sources, and again, including what we get out of the beige.
Something huge is coming.
Which will be sort of come out mid-cycle, as always, and it doesn't replace the government data, but it gives us a picture.
PPT
again,
stepped in to push buyback to the upside, but I still think overall bearishness.
I think we would pick that up. I don't think we'll be able to have the very granular understanding of the economy while this data is not available.
Howard?
It's coming back inside this bear flag. Macro bear flag.
Howard Schneider with Reuters. Thank you. I just wanted you to elaborate a little bit on what you said a moment ago about a continued shutdown, making it more difficult to make a move in December, and that may make you more cautious. To the degree you are relying on private data that isn't the gold standard, or that you're relying on your own surveys of the beige book, do you worry at some point you're going to have to start making policy by anecdote?
This is a temporary state of affairs, and we're going to do our jobs. We're going to collect every scrap of data we can find, evaluate it, and think carefully about it. And that's our jobs. That's what we're going to do. If you ask me, could it affect the December meeting? I'm not saying it's going to, but yeah, you could imagine that what do you do if you're driving in the fog? You slow down. So that could or could not. I don't know how that's going to play into things. We may get the data may come back, but there's a possibility that it would make sense to be more cautious about moving. I'm not committing to that. I'm just saying it's certainly.
It is officially power hour, guys.
We really can't see, so let's slow down.
As a follow-up in the debate on this meeting, we saw recently some pretty big layoff announcements coming from Amazon and others. Wondering if that figured into the discussion at all, that you're starting to see this tension between growth and employment starting to be resolved, to the detriment of employment. And secondly, some of the stress is starting to appear in the bottom spur of the K, as they call it, household health premiums that are going to possibly be going up quite substantially.
It kind of does look like a blow off top on NASDAQ.
In your policy discussion.
So those are both things that we're watching very, very, very carefully. To start with the layoffs, you're right. You see a significant number of companies either announcing that they are not going to be doing much hiring or actually doing layoffs, and much of the time they're talking about AI and what it can do. So we're watching that very carefully, and yes, it could absolutely have implications for job creation. We don't really see it in the initial claims data yet. Now, it's not a surprise that we don't. It takes some time for it to get in there, but we're watching that really carefully. But again, don't see it yet in the initial claims data. On the K-shaped economy thing, I would say the same thing or similar thing. We are, if you listen to the earnings calls or the reports of big public consumer-facing companies, many of them are saying that there's a bifurcated economy there, and that consumers at the lower end are struggling and buying less and shifting to lower-cost products, but that at the top, people are spending at the higher.
Yeah, because the poor are becoming more poor and the rich are getting richer, and that's what I told you guys. There's going to be haves and have-nots, and that's why you have to exponentially grow your wealth, man. It's going to be haves and haves-not. That's the only thing there's going to be.
Income and wealth, and so much anecdotal data, and so we think there's something there.
And they're designing it.
Edward.
They're designing it that way.
Thank you, Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to take another crack at the further reduction in rates is not a foregone conclusion. So in December, he said, far from it. So if a cut might not be on the table for December because of lack of data, what does the other concerns then stem from?
SPY pulling back.
So
Told
it's
you guys,
not lack of data.
bearishness expected.
As the reason December is not a foregone conclusion. What other things could be the concern then?
Well, the perspectives of people on the committee that, we've now moved 150 basis points, and that we're down into you're into that range between 3 and 4, where many estimates of the neutral rate live in that 3 to 4% area. You're there now. You're above the median number for the committee, but I think there are people on the committee who have higher estimates of the neutral rate, and that's you can argue these positions since it can't be directly observed, the neutral rate. So, I think for some part of the committee, it's time to maybe take a step back and see whether there really are downside risks to the labor market, or see whether in fact the growth, that the stronger growth that we're seeing is real. Ordinarily, the labor market is a better indicator of the momentum of the economy than the spending data. That's the lore. In this case, that gives a more downbeat read. So people just have, again, we've cut 50 more basis points in the last 2 meetings, and there was a sense like, from some, let's pause here, kind of thing, and a sense from others wanting to go ahead. But that's why I say differing views, strongly differing views.
So on that division, then you're talking about going forward. So what's more important in this division? Is it inflation risks? Is it employment risk? Or is there a deeper philosophy division among the board?
Look, everybody on the committee is deeply committed to doing the right thing to achieve our goals, maximum employment and stable prices. You have differences on how to do that. And as I mentioned, some of that is different forecasts, but a lot of it is also different risk aversions to the different variables, which is common through all Federal Reserves. People just have different risk tolerances, let's say. So that leads you to people with disparate views. You will know that from the speeches you've been listening to from my colleagues, and so we're at a place now where we have in fact cut 2 more times. And we're 150 basis points closer to neutral, wherever that may be, than we were a year ago. And so there's a growing chorus now of feeling like maybe this is where we should at least wait a cycle, something like that. That's what it is. It's just what you think it would be. It's and again, you've seen it in the September Summer of Economic Projections. You've seen this in the public remarks of FOMC participants, and now I'm telling you that's what you can expect that in the minutes. And I'm just telling you that's what happened in the meeting.
A lot of benefits already ended, bro.
Thank you so much. Lizette Schulze with ABC News.
Pennsylvania benefits already been cut.
What is your explanation for why the job market is weakening right now, and what will this rate cut do to improve the job market?
So I think there are two things affecting the job market, and one of them is just a dramatic reduction in the supply of new workers.
Bro, better not say immigration.
Two things. That's declining labor force participation, which is a cyclical thing, and then there's declining immigration, which is just
bro,
a
he
big
keeps
policy
saying
change that
immigration
actually
is
began last administration.
as why
So,
unemployment's going up. That's so
A
stupid.
big part of the whole story is that supply side story. Okay. In addition, labor demand has declined, and so the unemployment rate has gone down, meaning that demand for workers is going down a little more than supply. So that's what's going on, but it is mostly a supply function. It's mostly a function of the change in supply.
BYND by now?
I think.
Not me, sir.
Many people think. So the question then is, what does the our tool do, which supports demand? And and I would just say, when you're in a situation where job creation, if you adjust for likely overcounting in the way that BLS does its work, is pretty close to zero. So maximum employment doesn't, on a sustainable basis, if you're creating zero jobs, if it's in equilibrium, if it's in balance, it's a pretty, as I said before, a pretty curious balance. So, I thought, and many of my colleagues thought, in fact, you've seen the last two meetings, that it was appropriate for us to react by supporting demand with our rates, and we've done that. We've reduced so that rates are looser. I wouldn't say that they're accommodative right now, but they're meaningfully less tight than they were, and that should help, so that at least the labor market doesn't get worse. So it's a complicated situation, and some people argue that this is supply and we really can't affect it much with our tools, but others argue, as I do, that there is an effect from demand, and that we should use our tools to support the labor market when we see this happening.
You also talked about tariffs causing a one-time price increase. Should American household consumers expect that inflation will continue to go up this year because of those tariffs?
So the basic expectation is that there will be some additional increase in inflation, because it takes a while for tariffs to work their way through the production chain.
And that's why you'll see a slow increase over time, not just one. It's going to be you can say one, but it's going to be increasing over time. This guy would be a great politician. He speaks out of the side of his mouth, man.
Finally get to consumers. And we see this now from the tariffs that were put in place now many months ago. We see those effects, but if you put tariffs in effect, and they've been coming into effect consistently.
And the tariffs aren't even fully sorted yet.
February, March, April, May, and that's all happening. So
these
that'll continue to
guys,
happen for some time,
bro,
probably
are
into
a
the
joke.
spring. These are not big increases, though. These are a tenth or so on inflation. They may be big increases on a particular product that's been tariffed, but overall, these are fairly modest. I think, some projections go, we're at 2.8% inflation. You might get 2 or 3 more tenths or 4 more tenths, maybe.
Something's going on
But
with
then,
this government shutdown. It's been on
as
too
all
long,
the tariffs
bro.
are in, they stop generating inflation. You've had a one-time price increase. As long as you're not, at least this is the theory. This is how we believe and hope that it will work out. Once the last tariff is put on something, at that point, it becomes a higher price level, but it stops going up, if you will. Prices stop going up. They'll just be at that level, and then measured inflation will come back down to non-tariff inflation. As I mentioned, non-tariff inflation is not so far from 2% now. Now, consumers are not interested in that story. Their prices are higher. More than that, the reason they're so unhappy about inflation is the inflation that we had in 2021.
This is going to be another mechanism which makes the poor poorer and the rich
richer.
richer.
Prices aren't going up as much, but that doesn't mean people aren't feeling those higher prices from the inflation we had 2 or 3 years ago. They are, and that's, I think, a large part of why the public, if you sample people, inflation is still very much making people quite unhappy. Even, and it's nice that, that prices are not going up as fast as they were, but they're still much higher than they were. And it'll take some time for that effect to wear off. As real incomes rise, it will feel better over time, but that's going to take time.
He basically just explained exactly why I said inflation is never going away, ladies and gentlemen. It's never going away. Since they cut the rates, it's never going away. And when they cut the rates the first time, I made a video that said basically he gave up. They gave up on trying to get inflation to 2%, ladies and gentlemen. Inflation's never going away. It's going to get way, way worse. And that's why, me personally, I'm stacking BTC Satoshis. Let's get this next question.
From Bloomberg Television and Radio. Do you have any concerns that equity markets are or are close to being overvalued at this point?
Okay, we're definitely overvalued, bro.
We don't look at any one asset price and say, hey, that's wrong. You know, it's not our job to do that. We look at the overall financial system, and we ask whether it's stable and whether it could withstand shocks, right? So, banks are well capitalized, while some households are clearly under stress. In the aggregate, households are in good shape financially, relatively manageable levels of debt. At the lower income spectrum, you are seeing rising defaults, particularly around subprime auto, but nonetheless, in the aggregate, pretty good. You don't see too much leverage in the banking system.
Also seeing a rising credit card debt.
It's a mixed picture, but it's not an overly troubling picture. And again, I'm not. It's not appropriate. We don't set asset prices. Markets do that.
Well, you must be well aware that by lowering interest rates, you're contributing to additional asset price increases. And I wonder how you.
Thank you. This is a good question. He's definitely fueling the bubble by lowering interest rates, and that's why I said over time this could be bullish, but right now the rate cuts are priced in. That's why we're seeing a little bit of pullback.
Balance the idea that lowering rates would help the labor market with the reality that it seems more likely to be stimulating increased investment in AI, which is the rationale for thousands of job cuts that have been announced in the last few weeks.
Yeah, I don't think interest rates are an important part of the AI of the data center story. I think people think they're great economics in building these data centers, and they're making a lot of money building them, and they think they have very high present value and all that sort of thing. It's not really about. It's not about 25 basis points here or there. We use our tools to support the labor market and to create price stability. That's what we do. That's our two jobs, right? So we're here by lowering rates at the margin, that will support demand, and that will support more hiring, and that's why we do it. Now, no 25 basis point or even 50 basis point hike is going to be a dispositive thing, but ultimately, lower rates will support more demand, and that'll support hiring over time. And of course, we also have to be careful about this, which is what we've been doing, because we know where inflation is, and we know that I've told you the story. It's a complicated story, but this is the best assessment that we can make, because there's uncertainty around inflation and the path ahead for inflation. That's why we're going. That's why the pace we're going has been a careful one.
Victoria. Hi, Victoria Guida from Politico. On AI, I'm just wondering, it seems like a lot of the economic growth that we've been seeing is fed by investments in AI. So how worried are you about what a sudden contraction in tech investment would mean for the overall economy? Is there enough strength in other sectors? And specifically, are there any lessons that you take from the 1990s in how you might approach what's happening right now?
Yeah, this is different in the sense that the companies that are so highly valued actually have earnings and stuff like that. So if you go back to the 90s and the dot-com, these were ideas rather than companies, and so there's a clear bubble there. Whereas I won't go into particular names, but they actually have earnings, and it looks like they have business models and
make sure you go like my tweet, bro,
and that kind of thing. So it's really a different thing.
It's going viral. Go like my tweet.
It's the investment we're getting in equipment and all those things that go into creating data centers and feeding the AI. It's clearly one of the big sources of growth in the economy. Consumer spending also, though, has been, is much bigger than that, and has been growing, and has defied a lot of, negative forecasts continuing to do so this year. Consumers are still spending. Now it may be mostly higher end consumers or maybe skewed that way. But the consumer is spending, and that's a big chunk of what's going on in the economy, substantially bigger than AI. You could point to growth. I mean, actually, you may be growth as opposed to level.
AMC 266,
consumer spending is a much bigger part of the
2312.
economy.
And why do you think
SPY
that the
6,
labor market is slowing
85,
so much,
83.
even though consumer spending is strong?
Pulling back a little bit here.
Why has it
I think we're
slowed
going to
so
see a
much?
little bit more downside.
Well, what's happened is
Bitcoin
is that the
111,000,
supply of workers
152.
has dropped very sharply due to mainly immigration, but also lower labor force participation. So, and that means there's less need for new jobs because there isn't this flow into the pool of labor that where people need jobs because there aren't those people now. So there's not a supply of workers showing up for jobs. In addition, demand has also gone down, and so has labor force participation has declined, which is more of a sign, in this case, of demand as well as trend. So I think you're seeing some softening. The economy's growing at a slower rate than it was, 2.4% last year. We think around 1.6% this year. It could have been a couple of tenths higher if not for the shutdown. And of course that will reverse. But you've still got the economy growing at a moderate pace.
Hey there, Andrew Ackerman with the with the Washington Post. I wanted to ask if you could elaborate on how you think about policy in the context of the data drought. Does it make you inclined to stick with
The
your
data
plans
drought, I like
as set
that.
out in September in the absence of the data that might change your mind, or does it make you inclined to proceed with added caution because of uncertainty?
Yeah, well, we'll know when we face that question, if we face that question. It'll probably be argued both ways, right? But I've said a couple times here that, if you really aren't getting information you really don't know, and the economy looks like it's solid and stable and hasn't really changed, there will be an argument. I don't know how persuasive it will be, but there will be an argument that, you slow down when you can't see as far ahead. Others may argue, I'm not sure where this argument will come, but you're perfectly right that you could also argue, well, things haven't really changed, but you might not know that, So I don't know whether we'll face this or not. I hope we don't. I hope by the time of the December meeting we're getting, a better flow of data. But if we're going to have to do our jobs one way or the other.
Okay. I also just wanted to ask a FinReg question. I think several years ago you said the overall amount of capital in the system was about right. As the Fed moves forward with a revised Basel proposal, potentially changes to the GSIB surcharge, has that changed at all? Or are you planning to significantly reduce the amount of capital in the system? Thanks.
So there are discussions going on, I think, among the agencies, and I don't want to get ahead of those discussions. I continue to think that the level of capital, when I said that in 2020, was about right. And, of course, there's been much capital added since then through various mechanisms. But, I look forward to I know those discussions are really just getting going. They haven't come to the point where they're got a whole plan and that kind of thing. So I really don't have much to say on that.
Brian. Hi, Chairman Powell. Brian Chung with NBC News. Is the weakness in the jobs market accelerating, and who's at risk if the interest rate cuts are not the effective medicine for a further slowdown in the labor market?
So we do not see the weakness, as you put it, the weakness in the job market accelerating. I would say, then again, we didn't get the September employment report, payroll report, but we look at the unemployment insurance claims, initial claims are reported at the state level, and we still get those, and we can accumulate them and get the national number. And there's really, no story. You can look at the numbers. Same thing with the job openings we get from Indeed. There's just no story over the last 4 weeks. It's kind of stable. So you don't see anything that says that the job market is, or really any part of the economy is making a significant deterioration. Don't see that. You see more things like I mentioned, though, which is you see big companies making announcements of either of layoffs or of the idea that they won't need to hire their number of employees is not expected to go up over a number of years. There may be different people working there. They say that too, but they don't need a bigger head count. So you
It's a
see
good
those
philosophy,
kinds of
bro.
things. You don't see it in the aggregate numbers. The layoff numbers have not gone up, but job creation.
Yeah, SPY looking
very
bearish,
low.
guys. SPY looking bearish as
And
expected.
the job finding rate for people who are unemployed is very low. But the unemployment rate is very low as well. 4.3% is a low unemployment rate.
So as you make these cuts, is it the lower income workers that you're thinking about, or those who might have their jobs automated? Is there a particular
That we're
section
thinking
of
of?
the labor market that you're particularly?
So we can't. Our tools don't allow us to target any demographic or any income level, that kind of thing. I do
ASST
think that
down.
people, we saw this during the
Oh,
global
ASST
financial
filled the
crisis,
gap.
and the long recovery.
This is what I've
If you
been
have a
waiting for.
long
I might go back
period
in.
of very strong labor market conditions, it benefits people at the lower end the most. The last 2 or 3 years of that long expansion, people at the lower part of the income spectrum were getting the biggest benefits, and lots of things were happening in that space demographically, which were very constructive. And we're not at that place right now. But so a stronger
That's what
labor
I've been
market
waiting for.
is the best thing we can do for the public. It's also part of our job. It is half of our job, but it is absolutely the best thing we can
downside
do.
gap filled.
For people,
ASST.
along with keeping prices stable. Those two things.
So I might
inflation
go back
also
in
hurts
on
people
that.
on fixed incomes more than other people.
That would have been the time to buy, though, right at the gap fill. That'd have been the perfect time.
Hi, Chair Powell. Courtney Brown from Axios. As you know, the 12 Reserve Bank presidents' terms are up for renewal at the end of February. I'm wondering if you can give us a timeline for when the board will consider those reappointments and whether we can expect everyone to be re-upped or if we can expect some changes.
So it's a process that we go through under the law. The way the law works is we have a reappointment process every 5 years for all of the reserve, each of them and all of them. We're in the middle of that
Yeah,
process.
stagflation
and
is definitely
we're
here to
gonna complete
stay.
it in a timely way, and that's really all I can say.
Okay, thank you.
Definitely.
Daniel Davis, Agence France Presse. You've now had dissents in 3 consecutive FOMC meetings, but in this meeting you had dissents going in both directions, and you've just mentioned there's strong disagreement over the future path of rate cuts. Have these disagreements
You can't
complicated
hear.
your role presiding over the FOMC meetings, and if so, how?
I wouldn't say that, no. I think you have to take what comes, and what comes right now is a pretty challenging situation where we have, first of all, we have 4.3% unemployment. We have an economy that's growing close to 2%. So, overall, it's a good picture. It's a good picture. But in terms of our policy, we have upside risks to inflation, downside risks to employment, and this is a very difficult thing for a central bank because, one of those calls for rates to be lower, one calls for rates to be higher. We can't do both, so we have to balance the two. And so it's a challenging thing, and as we have worked our way through this process, you would expect that there would be a range of views across the committee on what to do and the speed with which we should do it. And that's what we have. That makes a lot of sense to me. All of these people are, people who take their jobs very seriously, work very hard at this, and just want to do what's right for the American people, but they have different views on what that is. And, it's an honor to work among people who care that much. It is, but I don't feel that it's unfair or anything like that. It's a time when we're making quite difficult judgments in real time, and I believe we'll get through this. And I think we've done sort of the right thing so far this year. I think it was appropriate for us to be careful about this. I think it would not be appropriate to just ignore or assume away the inflation issue. At the same time, I think the risk of higher, more persistent inflation has declined significantly since April. And if we do wind up resuming rate cuts at some point, we will at some point. I think we're trying to get to the end of this cycle with the labor market in a good place and with inflation, on its way to 2% or at 2%. So that's all we're trying to do, and we're doing it under quite challenging circumstances. And
They're not getting inflation back to 2%.
Thank you so much, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. Both regional and large banks have taken losses on loans given delinquencies on subprime auto loans. JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon warned, when you see one cockroach, there may be more likely. I'm curious how the Fed is looking at these loan losses and if it poses risks to the financial system or the outlook for the economy. Is it a warning sign?
So, you know, we're obviously we watch these things very carefully, credit conditions very carefully. You're right. You've seen rising defaults in subprime credit for some time now, and now you've seen a number of subprime credit, automobile credit institutions having significant losses, and some of those losses are now showing up on the books of banks. You know, we're looking at it carefully. We're paying close attention.
Something is brewing.
Don't see at this point a broader credit issue. It doesn't seem to be something that...
There's definitely a credit issue. Credit debt is at all-time highs in America. Bro, something's brewing, y'all. This can't keep going on. This is endgame level shit, bro.
Application across financial institutions.
They're cutting rates as an emergency right now.
We're going to be monitoring this,
trying to get capital flowing,
and making sure that that is the case.
And then separately, many, you yourself have said that we're in a bifurcated economy right now with high net worth individuals continuing to spend with the lower income pulling back. How much of consumer spending continuing hinges on the stock market remaining strong? In some odd way, does the market help keep the economy buoyant?
So there is
That's the dumbest question I've ever heard. Of course it helps.
There's some relationship there, but remember,
all the rich have assets.
What
a dumb softball question.
An additional dollar of wealth matters. So your marginal propensity declines quite dramatically as you reach levels of stock market wealth. So, you know, the stock market it would affect spending if the stock market went down, but it wouldn't drop. It wouldn't drop sharply unless there were quite a sharp drop in the in the stock market. People at the lower end of income and wealth have a much higher marginal propensity to consume.
And people with lower income don't have stock.
Don't have the stock market wealth. So I think it's certainly a factor supporting consumption right now. But and you would
if
see
you're living
if you saw
paycheck to
material
paycheck, you can't invest in stock or crypto.
Spending. But it wouldn't be. You shouldn't think that it'll dollar for dollar stop consumption, because that wouldn't be the case. Thanks very much.
Guys, that was the 2025 October 29th Fed meeting with the most softball questions ever, dude. That was absolute garbage, bro. But yeah, I gave my thoughts. Some people want me to just stream the meeting and not talk over it. I can't do that. That's illegal. That's stealing. Shout out NBC Television for allowing me to stream this. Make sure you guys check out their channel, whatever the case may be. Always got to give shout outs when you do stream and stuff like this. I appreciate you guys. If you watched the end of this video, this was recorded live. Make sure you check out my live streams. They're popping. They're lit, full of action. Even on the boring days, all right, man? And I always give you guys my thoughts and opinions raw and unrestricted. So if you guys want to see that, make sure you get that like button and subscribe. I appreciate you. As always, have fun. Stay safe. Make money. Peace out. All right, SPY moving to the downside as expected. All right, I need to stretch after that boring ass shit. Quick little 40 clip is nothing. Andrew! I gotta do 10 more because I just did 40. Yo, bro, thank you for the suit. Thank you for the gifted membership. That's our first membership of the day. I gotta do 10 more push-ups now. 40, 50, 60, 70. All right, that's 70. So I just got to do 30 more push-ups today, and then that will be 100. See how easy it is to get 100 push-ups in a day? So if you guys aren't doing 100 push-ups in a day, ladies out there, of course, I don't think you're going to be doing 100 push-ups a day, but as a man, if you're not doing a fucking 100 push-ups a day, get your pussy ass up, build some discipline, and do 100 push-ups a day. At least try. I used to do that shit at work. I would do that shit in the parking lot at work. I'd do push-ups before my shift. You can do 25 4 times, and that will be 100 in a day. Every person, every man should be able to do 100 push-ups in a day. In fact, I'm going to do my 30 right now just to get the 100 out the way. Easy money. Easy money. Gym life. Bro, my chest touched the floor. What are you talking about? All right, spy looking bearish, spy looking bearish. Hold on, we just got another super chat. Andrew going crazy here. Andrew slowly becoming a whale, bro.
Health and wealth, God bless us all. Thank you, DZ Rocket.
Bro, thank you, dog. Yeah, we just got some super chats. We just got some super chats from the homie Andrew, man. I appreciate you. Andrew dropping a gifted and some supers. Make sure you guys join my stream or you ain't real. Hey, y'all, I am live right now. Make sure you join the stream. Make sure you join the stream or you ain't real, man. Join the stream or you ain't real. Support. You already know what it is. Thank you for the super chat, bro. Spy pulling back as expected, guys. Spy pulling back as expected, but meme stocks are not. GameStop is actually rising in the close. GameStop is rising in the close right now. all right. You guys can say what you want about my push-ups. You guys want me to do the clap push-ups here? Or don't play with me. All right, so I did what, like 4 clap push-ups, 4 or 5 clap push-ups, and what was that, like 15 diamonds all the way up and down. You happy? And that's after doing 100. That's after doing 100. And also scientifically, if you do the short push-ups like this, it keeps all the tension in one place. That's how you build muscle. Just saying. I want to see the claps. I want to see the clap push-ups. AMC pulling back, AMC pulling back. GameStop is not, though. GameStop is trending to the upside right now. About to go green. Something is brewing. Something is brewing, y'all. Bitcoin unfortunately pulling back. Bitcoin pulling back 110,500. We got support at 109,500. We do not want BTC to lose that. SPY trying to get a bounce here, but like I said, overall bearish. It's coming back inside of a macro bear flag. And this is going to end up breaking down, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to end up breaking down. I can't find it. God dang it. Clap push-ups are fire, bro. GME green, oh my god. Dreams do come true. Dreams do come true. $24 call, 11:28. Yeah, that should give you enough time. Thank you, Danny Lamb, for the super chat, bro. Legend. That should give you enough time. $24 by the end of November. Yeah. Should give you plenty of time.
GME $24 call at
Long-dated calls of the way,
11/28
man.
still good.
SPY is looking bearish. Macro. Yeah, let's get some hype in the chat for Danny Lamb dropping a super chat. If you guys don't mind. Got 100 people in the building right now. 100 people in the building. Bro, the clap push-ups were fire, bro. And the diamonds. Full extension. Assist might come back, bro. Assist might come back, but not today, tomorrow. Will be the beginning of it. Not financial advice. Not financial advice, of course. Thank you, Banner, for dropping the hype. Thank you, Banner, for dropping the hype. I appreciate it. Jimmy red, but it's only red by a little bit. You guys noticed that? Look, it updated a little bit. YouTube definitely updated. Look at the... Oh, wait. How did you get that rocket on there, bro? That's a special kind of rocket. Yeah, today the market's pretty slow. Yesterday was a slow day too, but somehow we still got a 50 gifted. In fact, yesterday was so slow that the biggest excitement was the 50 gifted. We had a mini hype train. We had like a couple supers, gifted, and like 50 gifted dropped. We had like 51 new members yesterday. That was the most exciting thing that happened on stream. And even though rate cuts were priced in, so we did get some volatility, but it wasn't crazy. SPY mostly pulled back for the most part. I think we could see a little bit of recovery here in the close for SPY. But I think overall we're going to be heading down into the bear flag, and that's going to cause us to be bearish overall. Aww. Oh my God, Jimmy's green again? Jimmy just filled a gap. Jimmy just filled a gap. Jimmy just filled a gap. We got a little hype train going on. Andrew just dropped another fucking super chat. Guys, let's get some hype in the chat for these people right now. We got Andrew dropping multiples right now. We got Andrew dropping multiples. Straight blessing. GameStop is going green on the day. Life is good.
Data bust
Spies
out the
pulling back,
dumbbells,
but
brother,
GameStop
lift
going
and
green on the
press.
day. Life is good. Also, GameStop just filled one of the gaps. We have one more gap filled to the upside. We have one more gap filled to the upside. GME. There might even be a gap here on the smaller time frames, but those won't count. But GME made a gap on the 5-minute time frame. It filled one of them. There's another one up here as well. GME might close green on the day. GameStop warrants also pushing up. GameStop warrants also pushing up. AMC 266. SPY 685.52. Still bearish. Still bearish. We could see a little bit of recovery in the end of the day, but not much. Hype in the chat. Hype in the chat. You already know what it is, man. Get that hype up. This is the most poppin', most active, most lit community here in the stock and crypto land. You already know what it is. Let's get these chat rate up, man. Let's get this chat rate up. Let's get this chat rate up. No way. No way. We just got another subscriber. We just got another subscriber. We're at 16,511 subscribers right now. We're at 16,511 subscribers, man. I appreciate y'all. 16,511 subscribers. Thank you. Andrew just dropped another super chat. Absolute fucking legend right here. And he has the badge. That's like almost a 2-year badge, or that's like a year badge. Real recognized real. GameStop is going, guys. Can we get a little bit of rockets in the chat, maybe? Can we get a little bit of rockets in the chat for GameStop here? GameStop going all the way from 22.88 to 23.35. GameStop coming up for the gap fills. Let's get some a little excitement in this bitch. Oh my God, this phone is dying. Let's get some excitement in this fucking bitch. 11 minutes remaining. 11 minutes remaining. 11 minutes remaining. Rockets in the chat like the old days, man. Get the chat rate up. Get the chat rate up. Get the chat rate up. We got chat rate of 6 right now. Run it up. Run it up. 106 in the building. 1,100 views. $128 likes, y'all. 128 likes. 116 people in the building. $128 likes. 119 people in the building. One brand new member, baby. GameStop going green. GameStop going green. Also, if you haven't, make sure you check out my tweet. If you haven't, make sure you check out my tweet. My tweet is now almost at 16,279 likes, 53 retweets, 128 comments. Make sure you guys make your voices heard. Rockets, rockets, baby, rockets. We now have chat rate of 10. Chat rate of 10. Chat rate of 10. Let's go. Keep it moving. I voted against as a very old ape. Well, we commend you, brother. Thanks for rolling with us. GameStop pushing up, guys. GameStop pushing up. Rockets in full effect. Rockets in full effect. GameStop 2341. GameStop 2341. New intraday high for GameStop. New intraday high for GameStop 2341. What? We just got the biggest super chat of the day. We just got the biggest super chat of the day. We just got a 5-piecer from DW. We just got a 5-piecer from DW. Hype train in full effect right now. Thank you, DW. Thank you all for supporting. Let's go. Make sure you guys hit that like button, subscribe. Help support for absolutely free. Hit that like button, subscribe. And if you want to join the hype train, join right in. The supers are flowing. DZ fam is feeling generous. And GameStop is going. Bitcoin at 110,700. Member for 20 freaking months. Member for 20 freaking months. Let's go. Member for 20 months is insane. That's about to be 2 years. Bano with the 20-month membership. Hype train in full effect, y'all. Hype train in full effect. Almost 2 years of
Smiling
nonstop
face
support.
with hearts, smiling face with hearts, smiling face with hearts.
Thank you for the 2 years, Bano. 20 months. This is madness. I hope GameStop closes green on the day. That would be so nice. That'd be like a nice little cherry on top. Also, chat rate at 19 right now. What is going on? Chat rate at 19 right now. $117 in the building. This is madness. Danny Lamb with the #1 crown today. SPY getting a little bit of recovery as expected in the close. SPY getting a little bit of recovery as expected in the close. 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining. J. Cole, what up? Simply Nay, what's good with you, bro? Everybody drop a rocket. Everyone drop a rocket. SPY creeping to the upside right now. GameStop 2336. Bitcoin getting a small bounce at 110,810. Ethereum 3,923. All right, we gained some subscribers today. We got some supers. We got a member. Today was a good day, baby. And if GameStop closes green, be the cherry on top. Small gap fill left for GameStop. Small gap fill left for GameStop. AMC at 266. SPY at 686.57. Slight recovery in the close as expected. 3 minutes remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes remaining. 2 minutes remaining. Halloween, 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 Halloween. What? Thanks for your grind. Your efforts will be rewarded. I hope so, brother. I hope so. Thank you guys for tuning in, and thank you for yet another freaking super chat,
Thanks
bro.
for grinding. Your efforts will be rewarded.
Thank you, dude. That's actually insane. That's like your third or fourth super chat today, plus a gifted membership. Let's go. Shout out Andrew, Bano, DW, Danny Lamb, and Todd. Thank you guys. Will the cat tweet in 20 minutes? Why do you think that? GameStop warrants pumped up. Look at that. If GameStop moves a little bit, GameStop warrants pump up. So I'm telling you guys, if GameStop squeezes, the warrants will go crazy, bro. Because when GameStop runs, DW with the freaking gifted. DW with the freaking gifted on top of Andrew with the super. I thought we were done for the day. Andrew coming in with the gifted. Or DW coming in with the gifted and Andrew coming in with the super chat. Thank you guys. Thank you so much, y'all. I thought we were done for the day. I'm telling you guys, if the warrants, I'm telling you guys, GameStop and market is closed, market is closed, market is closed. I'm telling you guys, if GameStop squeezes, the warrants will go insane. I'm telling you. The GameStop barely ran and they're up 1.5. I'm telling you, bro, these warrants will go berserk if Look what happened when the GameStop started going towards 32. They went all the way to 380 instantly. from 270, bro. 35% gains, 37% gains. GME only ran from like 8%, and the warrants did 30. I'm telling you, the warrants will go crazy, bro. Thank you guys for everything, man. Thank you guys for a great stream. Thank you guys for a hype train. Thank you guys for 1,200 views. Thank you for over 125 likes. Just thank you guys for everything, man. We wouldn't be here without you, truly. Every time I say that, I truly mean that. I hope you guys understand that. Like, you guys help keep everything going, man, and I appreciate you. Once we get our numbers higher, views will be able to take over. But until then, I appreciate everybody who sends in those super chats and those memberships and who is a member. Thank you so much. $134 likes. 16,511 subscribers. 2 brand new members today. We face cam long today, right? I was on face cam for like 2 hours, right? What do you guys say? How long was I on face cam for? Like 2 hours, right? Yeah, 2 hours. I had face cam on. Longer than that. Like 2.5 hours. So half the stream was face cam. Half the stream was face cam. I'm going to start trying to do that more often because I like this setup. It's a lot more comfortable for me. I can relax. And I can move around. And you guys can see me still when I move around. So this setup's a lot better. So I'll be able to keep the camera on a lot more. So the streams will be a lot more entertaining and engaging and interesting. See you later, everybody. Make sure you check out my tweet. It's now at 16,000. 16,000. All right, I gotta upload this video. My work is not over yet. I gotta upload this video right now, and then I gotta make a video tonight, so I'll see you guys later. Make sure you guys check out the merch store. I have a Discord for $100 for a lifetime invite payment via PayPal or Cash App. Once you make payment, I'll send you the link, and we also have a class available shortly. Oh, Microsoft Meta earnings. Holy shit. Microsoft Meta earnings. Meta and that, I told you they'll be bad. Remember I kept saying they're gonna be bad? Spy's done, bro. Spy's done, bro. Spy, look, SQQQ up. Are you guys seeing this? Are you guys seeing this? Is anyone still here? I knew earnings would be bad for the tech companies. I knew it. Microsoft and Meta down heavily. Who else has earnings? Google? Google's the only one up. I said it's going to be a mixed bag, but mostly down. I said it's going to be a mixed bag, but mostly down. I'm telling you, bro, the macro bear flag is going to play out on SPY. The macro bear flag is going to play out on SPY, guys. This thing's going to break down. I'm telling you guys, watch. Macro bear flag in play. Meta is dumping. Facebook's dying. Only old people use Facebook. Nobody even uses Facebook anymore. Facebook is literally dying. Microsoft down 3%, Meta down 6%. K-pop demon hunters? Facebook is a memorial to the good old days, facts. Yeah, Facebook's dead. They call it boomer book now. No offense to any boomers out there. All right, guys, I'm going to get out of here. This was an officially a 4.5-hour live stream. I'll stay on for 5 more minutes, and then it'll be 4.5 hours. So I'm going to stay on for 5 more minutes, and then we're going to shut it down. 5 more minutes. Then we're going to shut it down. I'm going to leave it on the tech stocks here. Let's put Google in sight so you guys can see Google. Why can't I like scroll it down? Well, Google's slightly green. I'll put Amazon underneath Alphabet. How about that? There we go. There's Google, Meta, Microsoft. Five more minutes. 4.5-hour live stream. We also did a video today, and I'll be dropping the video tonight. Damn, we hit 1,250 views. You could definitely see a little bit of rotation in the small caps, but that's going to take time. Google up 5%, Meta down 6%, Microsoft down 3%. Tech earnings bad, as expected. I think I tweeted that. No, I maybe posted about it. 280 likes, guys, going on 300 likes. Notifications blowing up. What the heck is this? What the heck is this thing? Yo, that looks like Hunter Biden. That looks like Hunter Biden. What is this? Why is being a boomer is not a bad thing? Why do people do that? Join me when he pass. What is this? Will you be there? I'm not pissing on nobody's grave. I don't disrespect the dead. I don't think good question to ask them. Even many of us haters think there are billions of synthetics. I don't know about synthetics. I deal in fact. All right, guys, thank you for everything. This is today's stream. 4.5 hours, 1,300 views, 16,511 subscribers, 2 brand new members. Let's go. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Make sure you tune in for the Fed meeting and a possible video tonight around 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Right now, Google is down or up 6%. Meta is down 7.5% and dumping still, and Amazon or Microsoft is down 3%. So Microsoft down 3%, Meta down 7.5%, Google up 5.73%. This was your DataZero live stream. I will see you guys on the next one. Make sure you do these things. Have fun. Stay safe. Make money. Peace out, fam.